Hello, 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 hello. There we go. Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It is Almantas. Welcome to the Almantas Hour. The Almantas Hour that lasts for at least 3, 4, maybe 5 hours today. Hello, hello, hello. I hope everyone is having a lovely, lovely time today. Momo asks, what is that title? The answer to that is that we're going to be doing puzzles today. That's the answer. That's what this title is about. That is what this title is about. That is what this title is about. One of these days, I'll come up with a title for my fans in chat that I feel satisfied with. I have been calling you class. I have been calling the collective here class, but I don't know. That's kind of like I'm not what's the word I'm looking for here? Consistent enough with it, right? This is not one of those things that I am consistent. No, well, kind of. I mean, jigsaw traps are a lot more bloody. We're going to be doing Talos Principle. I may as well put that in the freaking title. I may as well put that in the title. I may as well put that in the title. I'm actually really excited to keep going with Talos Principle. I liked it a lot. I have only played it for a few hours, which I did on stream on Tuesday, and I was really impressed with it. I am really impressed with Talos Principle. It is a real breath of fresh air, and it's a game that I've been sitting on for like over a decade. One of my main drinking buddies, he's been trying to get me to play this game for years. This is I think the game that he has recommended to me the second most after Disco Elysium. So I am pretty pumped about it. You remind me of Tea-Night Cookie. I don't know Tea-Night Cookie. I don't know Tea-Night Cookie. Who is Tea-Night Cookie? Tea-Night Cookie. I have to look this up. I have to figure out how insulted I should be. Oh, from Cookie Run. Okay. Oh, yep. I see it. That makes sense. That makes sense. That actually makes perfect sense. Burning Spice Cookie. In case people are wondering about my inspiration, my main inspiration is Uncle Iroh. The way that I described myself to my artist was that's the presentation I did. That's the Blue Sky thread about it. My simplest way to describe my character, the way that I pitched it to my model artist was Uncle Iroh dressed for Knives Out. Yep. Leaves from the vine, falling so slowly. Little soldier boy comes marching home. Yeah, that was the fundamental. That was the fundamental core of it. Is Uncle Iroh dressed for Knives Out? So, I do see the resemblance. I have not played Cookie Run. That's I've seen it. I think my mod Space Circus likes it. But I don't know what to say about it. Guys, I am uninformed. I am uninformed. I am an ignoramus. I am a fool. I'm a mountebank. I am simply ignorant. Simply an ignorant fellow on this front. Simply an ignorant fellow. Yeah, I mean, I like Avatar: The Last Airbender a lot. I did a rewatch of it on my server, a few uh, folks and I watched it last year. I wonder if I should do another rewatch of it one of these days. It was a good time. It was a very, very good time, as far as I am concerned. I like that show a lot. There's a lot of magic. Yeah, it's the bending is it's kind of interesting, right? Because I am a well-known skeptic of the Brandon Sanderson approach to fantasy. I don't. It's not even that I think Brandon Sanderson gets poor results. I want to be clear here. I've only read one Brandon Sanderson book. It was Yumi and the Nightmare Painter. I thought it was pretty good. I just don't think that the underlying coherence of your magic system is in the top 10 things that you need to worry about when making a fantasy story. If you are writing a fantasy story, whether it's a TV show or a book, I can say much more about books or articles than I can about TV shows on account of I have written a lot, but I have not ever made a TV show. So my ability to comment on the peculiarities of TV production are a little bit more limited. But in the case of, writing, I would say, let me go down what would be like the number one prose quality. Number one is your prose quality. You can get away with almost anything if your sentences are really good. If you write really, really good sentences and people just find it really compelling to read from sentence to sentence and feel good reading individual sentences and how they fit together, you kind of don't. You can get away with just about anything. Like that's really all you actually need. The rest of it is that carries a ludicrous percentage of your weight, and there's no amount of good anything else that will make up for people just hate reading. like people just hate reading what you wrote. The very fine-grained element of it is the most important, which is, why I keep on telling people to read Han Kang so much. Han Kang's writing is just... Well, Deborah Smith's translation of Han Kang's writing is something truly, truly special. And then there's... So I would say, that's the most important, but still more important than... I'm not even sure where I would put in having a coherent metaphysics and I guess just physics in your universe because the really important part is that you have a plot line that has characters that do interesting things with it. And those are things that people sometimes talk about as being very differentiable, but they're really not. It's really kind of not possible to... It's kind of possible, it's not really a thing that happens very often, to have good characters that don't do anything, or to have a good plot that doesn't flow from what the characters want to do and how they grow. People talk about characterization and plotting as if they're different skills, but they're kind of not. It's kind of a false dichotomy. If your characters are good, it's hard to make a bad plot for them, and if your plot is good, it's going to be because the characters interact with it well. I don't really know what it would look like to have a story that is like actually an interesting, well-made plot, but has boring characters. Like, you would have a conceptually interesting plot with boring characters, but then you just kind of have a boringly executed story. Anyway, my point with this all is that the bending is pretty cool in Avatar, and it's cool enough that I have played multiple, what do we call them? TTRPGs. I've played 2 TTRPGs that are based on the Avatar universe, and one was not bad, one wasn't bad, and one was really good. Master of the Elements was a very good TTRPG. That was a very, very strong TTRPG. And so I am not the most... So, like clearly there's something there, but honestly, I don't... Like, when we talk about Avatar The Last Airbender, I think most people are much more interested in talking about it in terms of Aang. Who is Aang and what does he do? Who is Katara and what does she do? Who is Zuko and what does he do? Who are these people and what do they do in the universe? What do they do with the world around them? Why are they the way that they are? And, I think that that's really the most interesting part of Avatar The Last Airbender. And for that matter, I'm a relative Korra defender. I think it's mostly worse executed. I think that there were production side problems that hampered the writing very considerably. But I still think it was a pretty good time to watch. I think it was a really good time to watch. Has some weaknesses, but also has some real strengths. I think Korra is a very messy woman, and I like that. I like how messy she is. I think that the fundamental relationship between Airbender and Korra is that Aang is a man of peace in a time of war, and Korra is a woman of violence in a time of peace. Yes, exactly, iPop. Yes, if people are not familiar with this, the Legend of Korra did not know how many seasons they would have, and they were continuously told different things about how many seasons they had left. So every single season needed to end in such a way that it was both the final ending of the season and also open-ended enough for the next season to happen, which means that they have to... which makes it impossible to have the kind of really coherent structure that Last Airbender had. And this is particularly frustrating in the case of Season 1. We're going into full spoilers for Avatar here. Full spoilers for Avatar, for Legend of Korra here in particular. That's the end of Legend of Korra, the end of the first season of Legend of Korra. At the end of this season, Korra has lost the ability to do any earth, fire, or water bending. She starts out season 1 knowing how to do earth, fire, and water bending, but not air bending, and she ends the season with only air bending and none of the other bendings. And this is something that she has to do this is a recovery process. This is written as a serious injury to herself, to both to body and soul, and the structure is set up for the next season or two to be about how she recovers. How basically her doing bender rehab. Which would have been really cool, but they didn't know that they would have another season, so they just have her get all of her other bending back at the end of the episode for like 5 seconds. And that's like a very good encapsulation of the problems that they had. That's a very good encapsulation of the problems that they had. And I mean, Pickles Little Dill. I like messy stories. I really do. I like a messy story. I like a story that leaves me feeling confused and unsettled. I like Moby Dick. Really like Moby Dick. I like Frankenstein. You know, to use some ones that I've really liked. I keep on thinking about Sense and Sensibility the last couple of months. Because Vex did Sense and Sensibility on her channel. She did a reading of Sense and Sensibility on her channel. And because that's how she does things, right? She does reading streams. And in Sense and Sensibility, what I noticed about it, and is deeply, deeply funny to me, is that the main characters have, like, no agency. The main characters are gormless, stupid marks who get ridden roughshod all over by everybody else in the story. They just do not get anywhere. They just get owned constantly, and then, like, they get a consolation prize at the end. That's how the story works, is that all of the actual action in Sense and Sensibility is primarily driven by the Steele sisters, who are like far more protagonistic, and I frankly found sympathetic than the main characters. And they do their stuff, and they have like an actual adventure, and then our main characters just kind of like watch themselves get owned. And that's really funny to me. That's a really funny story structure to me. So I have been thinking about that quite a bit. Yeah, I like messy stories. I don't know how much I like messy people. I do like messes in general. My, like, favorite philosophical conceit to deal with is the process of being wrong. I'm constantly thinking about a phrase that I learned from a psychologist of, what does it feel like to be wrong? Subjectively speaking, folks, what does it feel like to be wrong about something? The answer is, when you're wrong about something, it feels exactly the same as being right. And I think that's a really funny and interesting point. Let's get into the hellos. Peko Neko, hello, hello, hello. Hello to Almantas VT. Hello, Seribot. Hello, Ix Midori. Hello, Pickles the Little Dill. And hello, of course, to Tag Barrel Storage. Hello, iPop. Hello, Kairu _ Kailovsky. Hello, Burning _ Spice _ Cookie _ Hello, hello, hello to... Hold on, I've caught up with everybody. Hello, 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 of course, to Blasphazar, my brother Blasphazar. And hello to X _ A _ N _ A _ D _ U _ And hello and good bot to Seribots. And of course, and a hello to all of the lurkers and the VOD watchers. I appreciate all of you. I appreciate all of you. Thank you all for being here and for being you and for helping me have a nice time. But yes, I was talking about the process of being wrong about things. I think that being wrong is really interesting. I have an education in the sciences, and being educated in the sciences means being constantly wrong. All the time. Xanadu. However, Xanadu, Mr. Xanadu, I ask you though, before you learned that you were wrong, how did it feel? when you were comfortably moving through life, believing that the Marian reforms were an actual event that happened. When you were comfortably walking through life believing that Gaius Marius professionalized the Roman military. Did you feel frustrated? Or did you simply think that that is how the Roman military progressed through time? That said, we are going to move on to... Well, no, you were still wrong, Xanadu. You were still wrong. You still were wrong. You just didn't know you were wrong. And hello, Rootless Bow. Hello, Rootless Bow. Yeah. Oh, and, hello, oh, That's interesting. I got a follow. Burning_spice_cookie. Thank you for the follow. And hello, Deedledee-doo. My Twitch activity is not updating. That said, we are going to experience both the... I am being a professional here. I mentioned the Roman Empire and being wrong. We are going to move on to gaming, because I like this game quite a bit, and I am trying to protect my time a little bit, and by protect my time, I mean that I am trying to make sure that I don't stream for like 50 hours this week. I am trying to get some things down. Hello, Hoomter. Thank you for the 5 months. Why are my alerts being weird? Okay, I asked why are my alerts being weird, and then I remember that the Twitch API is busted right now. So that's actually not a very complicated question. The Twitch API is busted. That's what's going on. Okay, that was an easy problem. That was an easy problem to understand. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's new Twitch API, right? It's not even. I'm not even like mad. It's just they're fixing things. For a second, I thought you were saying you were playing diplomacy, and then I was trying to figure out what was wrong with my grammar. I was like, what do you mean is not an option? What does that mean here? I would say pretty good. I am playing Talos Principle again, which I really like. Yeah, no, it's fine. I am not gonna lie, I partially thought that because I had been playing... what's it called? I had been watching the Veilfisk 5D diplomacy video. Thank you, iPop. That's very kind of you. But I recently watched I was rewatching the 5D diplomacy video, which is just like... There we go. That was a very long delay. It is not the perfect video game to my mind, but it has appealed to me a lot. I would say moderately, Xanadu. I'm not actually super good at riddles, and honestly, I don't even think I'm that good at puzzles. I like doing puzzles, but I don't think I am actually all that adept at them. Or at least I'm not adept at certain types of puzzles. I am not adept at traditional game puzzles. The puzzles in this game I don't think I'm particularly skilled at. Zachtronics games are kind of the only games I feel like I actually have any aptitude at and confidence in. Go ahead, Xanadu. Go ahead. I might not be able to answer it. I may be requesting assistance from the audience. My walls are poorly insulated, it's true. But yeah, Blast, this game has really impressed me. And it's been gorgeous. It is so gorgeous. It is absolutely gorgeous. So I know that things can be on top of the walls. Have I seen these ones before? A beautiful voice speaks within it. I have been thinking about The Witness for years. I've been thinking about The Witness for years. I was considering playing The Witness. Only one shape, but not one size. Stuck at the bottom, yet easily flies. Present in sun, but not in rain. Doing no harm and feeling no pain. I will say that this is extremely the type of puzzle that I never understand. Spot is all I can think of. I don't think that's the right answer. That doesn't sound right to me. That is a... Yeah, go ahead, Pickles, a little dill. I got nothing. Spot is incorrect. Okay. A shadow. Okay. 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 So, what I am looking for right now is I suspect the key. There's a key around here. I suspect there is a key, and that key will allow me to get access to a jammer, and so there's a locked door, I should say. There's a locked door somewhere on this island. There's a locked door and a star on this island. I suspect the locked door will enable me to unlock the star. And so I need a key, and I suspect the key is somewhere on this world and not inside one of the puzzles. That said, there might be more information inside the puzzle rooms that will lead me to the key. But that's a suspicion, not a guarantee. Always steal your siblings' books. Okay, so there's an extent to which there's a skill jump there. So there are jumps that are solvable like that. Old man parkour. Yeah, I got all the greens and yellows on the island. I have all of the greens and yellows on this island. Okay. And I did acquire a can of paint by doing this on another island. Let's keep looking around. Nope. I mean, that was neat, but that didn't... There's nothing up there. Yeah, Old Man Parkour indeed. I actually never played Mirror's Edge. Mirror's Edge kind of came out after my time, so I've never played it. I know a lot of people were really influenced by it, and I also know that it's, like, the #1 VR game for causing people to throw up. That's, like, one of the most requested VR games, and then people are just like, oh, it's a vomit machine. Which is extraordinarily unsurprising. Oh, hi, Wolf Pie. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow while I meander around kind of aimlessly. I do need to turn up the brightness a little bit. Because I am... Okay, yeah. I was straining my eyes pretty badly. Because I have a ring light for making sure to help to assist my tracking camera. I might just need to come back to this island. But yeah, I've got a ring light to assist my tracking camera, and it makes it so that, like, everything on the screen is a lot darker. Is subjectively a lot darker. And if this was a game that I was playing on my own time, I'd probably just suck it up, but it's not, so I won't. I wonder. There's not a lot of verbs on this island, right, is the thing. So what I'm looking for, right, just in case people are at all wondering, there are two things on this area that I'm not sure about. One is that this is locked, right? This is locked. So that implies a key. That's locked and that implies a key. And then I think it's back here? Is it further back? Where is it? Is it here? No, it's not here. There is a star on the island. I lost track of where it is. There is a star. I have seen it. I have seen a star on this island. So there's the amphitheater. It's not over here. Might be over here. I'm determined to show you that I know that I've seen the star. I have seen the dang thing. Okay, no, it's not there. It's not there. It's not inside the puzzle room. I don't think it's inside these ruins of deprecated puzzles. Might be on the outside. It's not there. Where are you? I've seen you before. I know you're here. I know you're here. This is a resurrection chamber for another robot who is not me. I did not resurrect at this resurrection chamber. And... hold on a second. And I die. Nah. Yeah, I need to do the guards must be crazy. Is it further out? Maybe I haven't seen it. Maybe I've lost my mind. Do love these moments of framing. Do love these moments of phrasing. Marshall Gamer Live. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. I hope you have a nice time here. I hope you have a nice time here watching me stumble around blindly. Where is this thing? I might stop even trying to find it because I feel very foolish right now. I feel very, very foolish right now. But yeah, there is a star on this map. It is not inside one of the puzzle rooms. But I might just go to another island. There is a red that I haven't acquired. I haven't done anything on World 6. But yeah, there's a red on number 5, I think I haven't acquired. No, number 3. I think I might just go up to B. Let's try it. Let's see what happens.
You have proven yourself worthy, child, and this gate shall be forever open to you. Seek now the other worlds I have given you, that you may attain even greater mastery and bring glory to your kind. But remember, you must not ascend the great tower, for it shall bring death and the end of your generations.
Okay, so I'm going to leave those alone for the moment. Come back to them when I've got more of a thing to say. So here's B. Okay, let's think about this. Nice. Tetris. Oh, is this how this works?
A new land stands before you, my child. And know that this is a land of death, but also great beauty. As you walk amongst these tombs, consider all those who came before you, and how they served the greater purpose of which you are also part.
I love this voice actor. I love this voice actor. Interesting. Interesting. So there's more tools for me to acquire. All right. I love this is very good. This is very, very good. Finally getting some sense out of the entity in the archive, though at some cost to my sanity. I am beginning to think that Elohim wields no more control over the world than we do. Says Sheep 69. Let's go right first. So we got a Z block over here. Something about a star. And this is a connectors puzzle. So you're going to interrupt any connections that are routed through you. As are you. Okay, so here's the star for the world. Something about a star. Okay, so I can't block those. Oh, that's actually not super challenging there. Oh. And Doodling Poodle, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Well, hold on. There might actually be an option here. It is cozy here. It is cozy here. It is cozy here. So, yeah, this is going to cause a problem here. But, let's see. Okay, no, that doesn't even slow it down. That doesn't even slow it down. Is there another way? Something about a star. Okay, hold on a second. The sun is a star. I do appreciate that they have gone with, like, New Kingdom-style temples as opposed to Old Kingdom-style pyramids as their only aesthetic. I do love these, like, these big, chunky Egyptian temples. There's a pharaoh. I am not good enough at recognizing Egyptian symbology to catch too many other things. There's a pharaoh. I believe that would be Isis. You know, and there's some aristocrats. Horus. I'm not sure what's going on here. Let's think about this. So... okay, I can't direct things at those guys. Let's take a look around. Is there another object in here somewhere? Okay, hitting one of these doesn't cause anything to happen to the other one. Something about a star. I only see one star. So that's blocked if I go here. Yeah, the Pharaoh of Upper Egypt offering gifts to Isis and Horus. That makes sense. That makes sense, right? For people who might not... Horus is both the... is a lot of things, right? Horus is the god with the falcon head in ancient Egyptian mythology, but he is also the god of vengeance and of kingship. So the kings of Egypt are like are Horus embodied on Earth. It's not Ra. It's not Ra and it's not Osiris. Ra and Osiris are not who the Pharaoh of Egypt, the king of Egypt, is supposed to be embodying. It's Horus. And they keep on... there's a phrasing that people might not be familiar with of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, because at one point in the distant past, before we really have written records, Egypt had two different kings. Yeah, he's also the king of all of the earth. Exactly. He is kingship. And so, this one that I'm pointing at right now, that helmet that I'm pointing at right now, where it looks like there's kind of like a cup with a dome inside of it, that is the combined crown. And so you can see that that is the combined crown up here that Horus is wearing. It's this kind of cup-shaped thing, and then this kind of dome-shaped thing inside of it. This guy with just the cup one, I am trusting that Humter is correct that it's the Pharaoh of Upper Egypt, because I actually can't remember myself which one's upper and which one's lower. Wait, hold on a second. I can never remember it personally. The dome is Lower Egypt. Okay. And Lower Egypt means Northern Egypt, because it follows the course of the Nile. It follows the course of the Nile. It is not the, it is not based on north-south. It is not like, north is not up. Up is upland. You also get them wrong all the time? Well, yeah. And I know a modest amount about this. Babinka Bear is the one who, like, knows quite a lot more about it than I do. Babinka Bear has much more of an interest in mythology than I do. I am interested in history. Oh, okay, that's how this works. Okay. This was just timing. Nice. Yeah, no, that's exactly the kind of thing. It's actually the dome is Upper Egypt. Okay. The dome is Upper Egypt, the cup is Lower Egypt. Oh, that's gonna be annoying a sec. I need to okay. So ads are incoming. And this being a study of Egypt is not remotely... Oh, hello. Oh. I don't like that at all. What the heck? Huh. This is a weird puzzle. Oh. Yeah, hold extra set. Hello, JD. Welcome in. Okay, so... Okay, this puzzle makes sense to me now. So I gotta take you. And then wait for this to crash into the gun. And it'll commit suicide on the gun. So now we got two crates. Like that. There we go. Yeah, Egypt gets portrayed in a very unitary way. Okay, that was an easy one. Only a few. We just started, my first Talos stream was Tuesday, and this is the second one. This is my second time doing Talos Principle. I've really been impressed with it. I am genuinely really impressed with Talos Principle. I like it quite a bit. Road of Death. Can't climb while carrying an item. Strange. Several myths explain the creation of the universe. Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, we're talking about thousands of years and hundreds of miles. I will also say that like there's no contradiction at all between ancient Egypt and classical Rome. Egypt is the most well attested to province in Roman history. It's oh okay, that's the puzzle. Cool. I want to check out what's going on here. I'm okay at these puzzles because these are mostly order of operations puzzles, right? Epitaph Child Program, codename Samsara, terminated here. Hold on. Woo-hoo-hoo. Codename Samsara, terminated here. Logic program timed out. Final memory dump. But I was stuck. What was I supposed to do? IC Cloud. Progeny programs. Samsara v72.2 series. Okay. We are about to get hit with ads. I'm going to leave this puzzle room, but yeah, I've really enjoyed this game a lot. This aesthetic is very much an appealing one to me.
Cease!
Wow.
In the time of your ancestors, there were those who did not choose the path of faith. You do not need to fear their ghosts. Fear only that you may become like them.
Dang, dog. All right. We have less than a minute left to ads, so I am going to run them, and I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to take a stretch break and get some water, and I'll see you all in a few minutes. And we're back, and we're back, and we're back. Hello, Punderflow. Hello, Punderflow. I actually have 2 Egypt-related books I need to go to the point. I have a complete compendium of Egyptian gods and goddesses. I have the English translation of the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Egyptian Book of the Dead is pretty good. Though I think my actual favorite ancient Egyptian thing that I've read, which I'm not as much of an ancient Egypt guy as I am a Rome guy, is Man Against His Own Ba. Debate between a man and his Ba. That one's pretty cool. Third wheel. Third wheel. Let's take a look here. So, straightforward. Okay, let's see. Like that, maybe? And then... So far, World B has been pretty easy. So far. Ah, okay, that's cute, that's cute. Okay, yep. That's cute. So far, World B has been pretty easy. And we're almost at the end of it. Haven't gotten the star yet. Haven't gotten to the star yet. I made a box float. Seriously, it was awesome. I made a box float. Oh, there's 2 options there. One is that the floating box was a result of the what was how we got that one earlier. Oh, this is a complicated. This one's interesting. So far. Okay, so that doesn't count as connected. I can see the connection, but I can't use it. Okay. So... Okay, there's enough time here. So come in through here and grab you. And let's see about if this is enough. I don't think it is. This is a slower charge. So it's going to get interrupted every time. So... Oh, okay, I see. Or do I? Do I see? I don't think I see. I don't think I see. I don't think I see. Oh, no, I do see. It's goofy and weird. This is a goofy and weird strategy. Okay. Ow. This is a goofy, weird one. Okay, so there we go. And then, so we're going to count on a timing puzzle. This is actually a fun one. This is a fun one. This is it is simultaneously a timing puzzle and not at all a timing puzzle. So like this, see, like, yeah, there we go. Now we can remove this one. Now we can remove this one. So that we had to create a temporary gap, and now it's a permanent gap. Self-sustaining permanent gap in that one. So that was neat. That was a neat puzzle. That was a very satisfying one. That was a very satisfying one. Now... now we have a different problem. Right, now... now we have a different issue, because that star, I think we can unlock from here. Love some self-sustaining gaps. Love some self-sustaining gaps. So, the two options I can think of are that we get the red light from here over to there via using... can I... no. Maybe if I get the other one and I put it on top of that one, maybe. But I need to somehow convey red light from a high point, from here to the first puzzle I did. Wait, hold on. No, that doesn't work. This might not be the way. This might simply not be the way. Because there is a star in here. Right, there's a star there. Oh, wait, hold on. This might be considerably easier than all of that. I have not been confirmed that lights cannot go through purple barriers. It might just be able to go through a purple barrier. Cool. Cool, you just can't carry objects through purple barriers. Excellent. Excellent. That is a puzzle island very successfully completed. Ooh, a red. Reds have proven to be a real obstacle for me. Let's get the fan. Unlock the fan, and that's definitely the wrong. That's the wrong move. There we go. You have now unlocked the fan. You only really get to see these cutscenes once, so may as well enjoy them. Alrighty. And let's take a look at numero dos. Alright. Oh, a real reward. A real reward.
I keep having these dreams. Great empty cities. Silent roads stretching for miles. The Earth from space. All dark. Not a single light to guide me home. But if someone really came from another world, what would the Earth look like to them? A wilderness? A wasteland? I don't think so. Even after thousands of years, they'd see a world shaped by our hand in every aspect of its being. They'd see the cities and the roads, the bridges, the harbors, and they would say, here lived a race of giants. These dreams, they scare me, but they also remind me that we built all of this.
That's a really interesting perspective from this lady. That's a really interesting perspective. That humans, I guess in general, it's something that people talk about all the time, is like, okay, I find it kind of, this is a common thought experiment, right? Like, what would aliens think if they saw humanity? And typically people, like, bring this up kind of starting from their conclusions. We're playing original. I didn't know that there was a reawakened edition. People usually start from the stance of, like, they know what their conclusion they're going to make is like, if an alien saw humans, they would think our system of money was ridiculous, etc., etc. You know, they would say that kind of thing. They would think it's insanity that we have anybody who dissents from, etc., etc. Supposed to be out later this year. Okay. I had no idea, Tohu. I just saw this game in my Steam library. I've had this game for years. I've had this game for like over a decade. Probably about a decade. I've had this game probably since not long after it came out. And I just was like, I haven't played this in a while. Let's check it out. Strictly speaking, I put it in the vote on what to do with myself on Tuesday, and it won. I don't know if other people are noticing this, but I think that moon is a 3D rendered object and not just an image, which is an interesting choice, because when you look at the moon from Earth, right, it always looks very much like a 2D object because it's just so massive and so far away. But I think I can actually see some amount of parallaxing on this moon as I move. Like, is anybody else noticing this? That, like, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, there's a fuzz on the edges. I also, like, you can kind of see, if you look really carefully, I think I can actually move far enough to get it to cover up some stars. How the fuck did you notice that? I don't know. Hoomter, you have watched me play enough games at this point to see that I don't always pay attention to the things that I'm supposed to pay attention to. And it's not because I'm not paying attention, it's because I'm paying attention to the wrong things. I have come to see that these mysteries are not all for his children to solve. Only the designer himself could ever truly understand the infinite complexity of his creation. I will gaze at his work and worship. I thought that was obvious, Blasazar. I thought that was something that everybody understood. I am honestly very amused that that appears to be something that, like, a lot of people have played Dark Souls before and didn't catch up on to. Because that seemed very much like what the story was about. I saw these stairs glitch out. Whenever I see the things glitch out, I want them to be places where... I mean, you do, though. You do. You think about symbolism. It affects you in some way. You just might not be thinking about it very deeply. Hello, Sideri. Hello, hello, hello. How was stream? How was stream? Oh, we got keys. We got keys. How was stream, Sideri? I see keys. I see keys. I don't know if you've played this game before, Sideri, but if you like puzzles, this game rocks. We got keys. It was fundamentally orders of operations puzzles. So we got keys. Let's take a look. What's through here? Okay. Yeah, this is okay. If you're a puzzle enjoyer, this one kind of rocks. This one kind of rocks. I guess someone met their end here. It seems like we're all connected somehow, like distant family relations. Different versions, different series. What are we? Child program, codename 1W Faith terminated here. Worshipped the designer for some days, then allowed the serpent into its heart. Final memory dump. I ask the designer for forgiveness that I may join him in the eternal memory. Who cares? Just be grateful we don't have to read anything more about our great designer, says the Greek. I've not encountered the Greek before. Faith is really annoying, so I understand that. Faith is an obnoxious. Is an obnoxious one. Let's take a look around here. Yeah, no, this is I am enjoying this. I like puzzle games. I like the voice actor is the voice actor who plays Izaro in how do we do this one? So let's get over here. It's very ancient Rome and ancient Egypt themed, which makes me very happy. Sometimes I am pretty easy to please, right? Okay, they're desynced. And oh, an interesting conundrum. Let's try that, and then nope. Let's see about this. And then go back up here. And Principal, I don't see a school around here. You hear him a lot. Yeah. I love I love this VA. I want to speak like that. I might have this wrong. Yeah, his name is Elohim, and he rants about himself a lot. Right, like he's very self-assured might be a way to put it. He is God of a kind. Of a kind. So this doesn't work. Interesting. So there's something else to this puzzle. There's a puzzle element that I'm missing here. So I've desynced the bombs, so I can get past the bombs safely. I've opened up the key, but I need some manner of... Wait, hold on. What? Oh, okay, that's what it was. Higher ground. Higher ground. So, I need 1, 2, 3, 4 things jammed. Blutra, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Also, hold on, I forgot to do this. People should check out Sidere. She is, unlike me, who is a person who left academia a long time ago and is quite burnt out on it and doesn't actually talk about my research and expertise very much. She is still working on her graduate work in psychology, and she will do stuff like article reviews. That are very cool, even if she spends like 5 minutes doing an article review in the like 5-hour stream, and mostly spends it just yapping about life, because that is good VTuber etiquette. She is a good streamer. She is a good streamer. I like her streams, and you should too. Okay, so this is the only way to get past this gate. There's no other way to get past this gate other than by this one. So that's an element of that is, and let's see, because I am hoping that, so that's these 3 gates over here I can get past, right? 1, 2, and then 3. That's the thing I need, is I need to be able to pick you up and move you. Other option here. Mokaba, welcome in. Single crumb of content related to the title. So I'm being a bad VTuber, right? I am being a bad VTuber because I really like this game and I want to be playing this game and I want to be talking through my process. So I am going to try, so like this is a trick. This is a trap here. This is a trap here. What I need to do is a lot of back and forth. Drawing the sealed knight. Whoop. I'm being a good Almantas. That's true. It's true. It's the only thing I can be. This is an old trick. I haven't had to deploy it frequently. But okay, so I will do that. And then I can leave that behind. Or can I? Oh, yes, I can. Okay, so that's open. And then when I walk through this door, I will pick up this, and now I'm sealed on this side. But that's okay. That's okay, because the rest of the path is clear. I just need to not blow myself up, because then I'll have to do a whole bunch of steps over again. I'll just have to do a whole bunch of steps over again if that happens. Yeah, no, the high speed is ridiculous. There we go! Second red block ever. There we go. There we go. That was a fun one. That was a fun one. That was a lot of order of operations. As mentioned, this game is mostly order of operations puzzles. Useless. Almantas version 99.51.0026. This is a very cool looking world, yes. So we've got a fan and a box on this one. Man on the moon. Alright, so... Okay, that was a really easy one. Use the power of the air to your advantage. Kind of, Flea Flicker. It's more like... So the previous puzzle would be a really good illustration of this. This red puzzle, which is one of the more challenging puzzles that we've done so far. Let's see if I can reset the entire puzzle. Okay. So this is what the puzzle looks like at the start. The music stopped. Oh no, the music reset. The music just started out very low. So these things can, these jammers can open up blue gates. And I need to have a pathway from where I am standing to behind there. So I need to open up the gates in a very specific order. And the tools that I have only work in specific orders, and if I do them in the right order, if I manipulate... functionally, yeah, another way to put it, Flea Flicker, actually, you are kind of understanding it right. If it's basically moving the parentheses in an algebra equation. I'm allowed to move the parentheses in an algebra equation to try to manipulate the equation and get a different result. That's what I've got. Is that like the equation looks wrong and I know that there are parentheses and I don't know where the parentheses go. And once I figure out where the parentheses go, I win. That's functionally how the game is operating. It's very much like that, yes. I have no idea what's going on. Is that Lowen? Hold on. 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 I need to text Lowen. Okay, texting Lowen. It was her. It was her. It was her. Yes. Yes. Incredible. Incredible. It's her. It was her. It was my friend Lowen. I'm gonna give her the shout out. I'm gonna give her the shout out. I'm going to let me make sure I spell her name right. Helloin. Helloin. Lowen is a puzzle streamer. Lowen is a puzzle streamer. She is very fun and very literate. I like Lowen a lot. I like Lowen a lot. I like Lowen a lot. I should hang out with her again. I haven't hung out with her in so long. Ooh, we've got... I'm convinced there are answers here if we look hard enough. We have to work together on this. Oh, so this one's much older. There's sheep and there's dog. Dog seems to be much older. Okay, so I get that I'm supposed to retrieve these sigils, I just don't get why. Sure, the loud voice is telling me to, but this world of his has no context, no purpose, and no foundations from which to construct them. That's super cool. That's super cool, JD. Okay, so like this is an example of what I mean by order of operations puzzles. I can pick this up and it will seal me inside this room, which means that I cannot use this jammer on both sides of the door. Right? The jammer is locked inside here. I have been entombed, as they say. Let's see, yep, there's a light stick, and... and I can take this jammer. Okay, so let's see, is there another light stick? So there's this light stick here. So my options for the use of this light stick are pretty limited. Hello, Shadowpring. Okay. What do I feel like doing today? What do I feel like doing today? What workout do I feel like doing today? Oh, this is a confusing puzzle. This is a confusing one. I am going to... I am going to take a push-ups or squats. Push-ups or squats. I think it's going to be push-ups right now. I think I'm going to do 10 push-ups. 10 push-ups right now. Because I could use the back muscle stretches. I mean, squats are usually more helpful, but... push-ups are usually a little bit tougher for me, which is probably a good sign that I should do more of them, right? Okay. Okay. Positioning. Okay, push-ups time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whew. There we go. Whew. Okay, it's almost 12 a.m. for me. That happens. It's 6 in the evening for me. So, perfectly perfectly cromulent time for a workout. Huh. Huh. This is tricky. This is tricky. Tricky, 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 tricky. Oh, wait. I'm using... the wrong set of tools. This was a distraction. That was a red herring. Hello, Ratmost. Hello, Ratmost. Shout out Ratmost. Ratmost, the rat with the most. Hello, Ratmost. Hello, Ratmost. Of course you're playing Phasmo. Of course you're playing Phasmo. How is Ratmost doing? Are you doing most? Fans and boxes and light sticks. Box. Fan. Big anxious thing soon. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! What's got you so anxious? What is the nature of the big anxious thing? What is the big anxious thing? I hate for the rat to be anxious. So there's an order of operations puzzle here, right? So I can't... Oh, we're gonna think of fundraiser for Planned Parenthood. Very good, very good. So I have to detach the fan, then make these connections, then make the connector there. Or do I do it like this? I think I might need to do it in this order. Connect. Connect. Okay, okay, okay. Almost got it. Almost got it. So need to keep the fan attached, take off the box. Put it there. Then put the box here. And now it floats. And now it floats. Now we got a floating laser. We got a laser floating on a cube. A float laser. Organizing a fundraiser for Planned Parenthood. I hope it goes well. I hope it goes well. I hope that you succeed wildly. Okay, so there's a star around here that I haven't seen. I have not seen the star, so it might not be inside the puzzle rooms. Might not be inside the puzzle rooms. Yeah, thank you, Vex. Thank you, Vex. Hope the floating laser... Well, escaping is easy. Escaping I can do. The question is... not can I escape? But where is the star? And I'm stuck, and I'm stuck. Let's take a look. This room felt too easy to me, so I am wondering... about this one. The cute sock. The cute sock. Thank you, thank you. It's very kind of you to say, Vex. Cute sock. Put that there, and put that there. And... let's see. Nope, that doesn't work. That doesn't work, that doesn't do anything. Let's see. So we now have a high altitude laser. Right, we've got the high altitude laser. Or at least I can make the high altitude laser. Let's try that, let's try that. Let's just make the high altitude laser because I can remember how to do that. Gotta assemble it in a specific order. So, previous puzzles have involved having big floating lasers. So, higher ground. I don't think so. There's no light sticks in here, so there's no benefits in the laser floating in the sky. Man on the Moon doesn't have light sticks. Tomb has light sticks, but there's nothing to do with them. I can't take them out. It might be Man on the Moon. It might be Man on the Moon. Might be the ticket. I might be trying to get onto the other side of this. Because you can see Elohim starts to get really upset with this one. This upsets him quite a bit. So that makes me think that there's a star on the other side there. Somehow. Oh. I know how this works. You've got answers, I need them. Let's come to an arrangement. You have already overcome this trial. Unhelpful. So the stars seem to not be the intended part of the puzzle. They seem to be outside the context of the intended puzzle. I can kind of see the laser from here, but there's no light stick in here, so there's no interactions. There's no interactions here. Hold on. Yes, okay. There's a light stick up there. There's a light stick up there. Or is a viewer? That's a viewfinder. That's not a light stick. That's a viewfinder. That's a viewfinder. That's different. That's different from what I was expecting. That's a viewfinder up there. Looking at the moon. Looking at the moon. Try this one again. Played around with this a little bit before. No, Planned Parenthood is a good organization. There's a lot of bad organizations in this country. Planned Parenthood is not on the list. They are on Santa Claus's nice list. What do I do here? What do I do here? I'm curious about that viewfinder. Genuinely curious about that viewfinder, because it's very out of place. It's very out of place in this environment, right? It's very, very out of place here. So, there must be something you do with it, right? There must be something we do with it. Curious about this part, right? So... to look around until I see something else. Then nothing is cool? That's how this works? That's how this works? That's the limit of coolness? The limit of coolness is believing in the man on the moon? I'm assuming it's a song reference, and I just don't know the song. Unfortunately, I listen to uncool music. I listen to deeply, deeply uncool music. Okay, so it looks like that viewfinder is not, in fact, a prism. Oh, I haven't thought about REM in so long. Genuinely, I just haven't thought about them in so long. My musical tastes are like mostly like post-rock, and like instrumental stuff, like math rock. That's most of what I listen to. Like I said, one of the genres I like is literally called math rock. So, you know, It's doing lots of crazy stuff with guitar where your motivation is primarily seeing what will happen if you do certain mathematical operations on your sheet music. I do enjoy Polyphia. I enjoy Polyphia quite a bit. I like Polyphia. Polyphia is really fun. I like Polyphia. I like Pliny. I like music from Messier. I listen to a lot of metal, which is like the dorkest, which is the dork. The dork music par excellence. Okay, hold on. So, Joseph Anderson. I don't know. Metalheads are dorks. It's so true. Metalheads are such big dorks. Power metal is super nerdy. I am afraid to say. I am sorry. Power metal is very nerdy. I don't even know what I'm doing with this. I don't even know what the point of what I just did was. I don't know why I did this. I don't know why I did this. This is how I got the last star that I got my mitts on. Was by doing something like this, but I just don't even know what that accomplishes. I have no idea what that accomplishes. Moonshot. See, it's called Moonshot. Hold up. Ha ha ha! I knew there was something funny over there. Ha ha ha! Oh. That's ominous. Yes! Oh my god! Oh my god! I was right. I'm so vindicated. Aperture science. Is that just an Easter egg? Or is there something to do with the moon? Man on the moon? Ads be upon ye. It is time for me to take a bio break. I'll be back in a moment. Enjoy my ads. All right, all right, all right, all right. I am feeling very, very cool right now. I'm feeling very, very cool right now because I did something to the moon. Now. That was titled Man. This one's titled Man on the Moon. Man on the Moon. Dang it. Okay, hold on. Hold on. This one is titled Man on the Moon. So, is there... Hold on. Let's try this. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. There might be some way... I'm trying a couple of things with the controls. I don't know if they're actually making a difference. They feel like they're making a difference, but I'm not actually sure. I'm holding a couple of different things while I fly through the air. There, oh! Okay, I am outside. Which is not exactly where I want to go. I didn't want to go here earlier. But I was trying to get to the viewfinder. He does not like me being out here. In the beginning were the words. So we're between these two colossi. But they don't tell me very much of anything. Let's go back around here.
Where the words end, the world ends. You cannot go forward in an absence of space. Repeat. In the beginning were the words, and the words made the world. I am the word.
Okay. Okay, he really did not like that. So I think there's a way to get to this viewfinder. If I fan here, almost. That's how I did it last time, but I overshot and I bounced out. I bounced outwards. So. I bounced out of bounds. Hello, Pekoneko. How are you doing, Pekoneko? Nope, nope, nope. You're sick, but it is Friday. This is true. This is true. It is Friday. And there are worse things to be than Friday.
In the beginning were the words, and the words made the world. I am the words.
Okay. Very little tolerance for that from him. Still can't believe how funny this is as a solution. Okay, that doesn't work. So let's see. So I jump on and I hold left. Oh, almost. Hold on. Let's just try and just hold left and do nothing else. Don't do anything more complicated. Just hold A. Okay, that doesn't quite do what I want it to do, but it's something. Okay. There's a viewfinder over here. This is what I was looking for. Oh, wow! Okay, so it requires 2 red L's. Okay. Property of Ian. Okay, that's a puzzle right there. That's a puzzle. That's interesting. That's interesting. Oh, 26. Okay. So I've died at least once since then. So I think that's where the star, how you get the star. So I'll have to come back to this world at some point in the future. I think I have no red L's.
I have promised you eternal life. But know that eternity may only be attained by those who serve a purpose greater than themselves. All else is decay. So it was written in the hidden words before the beginning of time.
So fan and box. Okay. Interesting. So there are lights happening here. I got 2 boxes. A messenger must be awakened first. I've never figured out what it means to awaken a messenger. I've never successfully awakened a messenger. So let's take a look more here. Hello, Dania. Hello, Dania. And, let's give a shout out for Dania. This game's lovely, Dania. I like it a lot. I have been extremely impressed with it. Dania is a cute little librarian mouse. They are very nice. They are very sweet. I like Dania's content quite a bit. Oh, I can just go in here. And, oh, okay. Interesting. See if I can drop it in there. Yes, I can just drop it in there. So, yeah, I mean, this sat on my to play list for like a decade. So it's not like I am particularly doing a good job at completing my to-play list in a timely fashion, right? There we go. Excellent. Excellent. I enjoy puzzle games, and the voice actor for this is really, the main voice actor is really, really good. And it's a game that has a lot of interesting thoughts. It's a game that thinks a lot, that provides you with a lot of things to think about. It is fundamentally just a series of puzzles, though. Let's see. Oh, there's the star. There's the L, there's the star. Easy on that front. But how about getting in there? Let's see. It may actually just... That would be a surprising amount of ease if this is if this is all it takes. That didn't seem typical, no. That did not seem like their usual techniques. Let's do the next door. Oh. Okay, that's gotta be it. That's gotta be it. So... That's gotta be it. Something with that one. Oh, okay, what have we got over here? Theory, this place is some kind of preserve for human history, and we're the endangered species. Theory. Trying to find answers will only bring pain. Ceasing to care is the only escape. Sansara, your name is a little bit on the nose. Theory. This guy's 10 more help than you, Samsara, so shut your face. Sam. Sam must be an old one. Theory. We're in some kind of incubator waiting to be hatched. Sheep. Theory. If you knew how little you know, then you wouldn't be exposing it here. Dog. Cool. Okay. Yep, we got red light over here. We got red light over here. If Elohim's messenger can read this, one of his flock is in need of aid. A messenger must be awakened first. I've literally never figured out how the messenger thing works. Okay, so... That's funny, I can't crawl under. There's no crawl function. Nope. That's... X is reset. It's not crawl. I did not figure out the man on the moon. It's the things you don't know that you don't know that get you. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Flea Flicker's got it. Flea Flicker has got it. Oh wait, hold on. No, these are... Hello, Blue. Hello, Blue. How? Okay, so I need to get a fan here and now blow this cube out. I need to disable the blue laser. Oh wait, hold on. That's... Okay, yes. Okay, there we go. That's an idea. And then I come back around here. Zoom, and I grab you. There we go. So, this will allow me to disable the red laser. How goes on this kind of spring-like day? Pretty good. I really like this game. So that disabled this fan. I don't know how much that matters. I need to disable this blue light. That doesn't disable the blue. Is there a way? Bonk. Oh! Did something happen to the coat toggle? The coat should be toggled. You just use coat toggle. I should have started with coat on, and you should have just taken it off. Back on Neko. Is that not what happened? Oh, no, there's a reason for that. Oh, now I see how this works. Okay. Too slow by half. But no, there's a reason for that. Wondering if people can see the Almantas. No. There's a little bit of an Easter egg there. If I did it right. Which I might not have. F. There we go. Yep. I figured out something to make the toggle scarf work the way that I want it to. There we go. Okay, this might work. Yep. Hello, Mora. There we go. Okay. So there is red light over here. There's a red laser over here. The question is... oh, how do I do it? Okay, that's not enough. Let's bring you over here. Gotta get you higher somehow. I don't know. I'm trying to win a star. I'm trying to win a gold star. Though I will say that in classic fashion, it appears that the award for completing puzzles is more puzzles. Which is fine. That's fine. That's fine. The folks here figured out that I've put in at least one, possibly more, new redeems. Yep, there we go. There we go. Yep, you can redo it. Yep. If people are wondering why I did it that way, I didn't like the way it looks if you toggle scarf but leave the coat on. I should probably take that one off. Yeah, that's one of my default ones, but it's that's kind of like game specific. There are games and times where it's. I'll take that one off. There are times where that's like a good redeem, and there are times where it's not, where it doesn't make a lot of sense. There we go. There we go. Nut. Hello, Nut. Hello, Nut. What were you doing, Nut? I'm assuming you're doing art, but maybe you weren't. You were playing Wilds. How is Wilds? How are you wildsing? I've actually been playing quite a bit of Wild. But I got locked. I got locked at Hunter rank 20 because there was a crash if I entered the ruins of Wyveria, and it would just crash the game hard. And I fixed it last night. It turns out that it was a driver error. So once I did some driver shenanigans, I clean installed all my GPU drivers, APU drivers, and now I fixed it. So now I've been able to progress the plot. Not very far, because I only did like one hunt after that, but I did fix it. But yes. I hope you've been enjoying Wilds. I'm a bowgun main. I'm a heavy bowgun main. How was it? For folks who don't know, first of all, for the Raiders, hello. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy, and I paint miniatures, and today I am playing a very lovely puzzle game. A very lovely puzzle game called the Talos Principle, where you play as a robot. This is me. You play as a robot who has been tasked with becoming smarter so that you might serve your god, Elohim, better. And I don't know how far I am into it. I've been enjoying it quite a bit. This is my second stream of it. But yeah, I'm taking a little bit of break from my usual grind of art and handcrafts to do some puzzles, to get some mental enrichment. And that part about being a former professor, not a bit. That is not a bit at all. I used to teach sociology. People often assume I was a history professor. That is not true. I do have some history training, and I have a lot of informal history knowledge. I do read history books for fun, but that is largely extracurricular. My actual academics was... hello, Nocturnal. That was my actual study was sociology. There's a vibe to history profs. It's actually reasonable. I actually applied for history graduate school, but the topic of my research, I kept on moving what my research topic was, and I eventually it stopped being historical, is what happened. Was like, I was eventually, I like, you kind of shift your topic as you research it more, and I got to the point where interviews and surveys were more useful than history books, so I became a sociologist. But yes. I am... and all of that is to say, Nutcase has been on my stream before. She and I talked about Brandon Sanderson's Yumi and the Nightmare Painter. I like to do book chats with people. I don't have one lined up right now. I should try to get another one lined up. I have failed to do so. The last one I did was Bodega, and I discussed Scott Pilgrim, which I love. Yeah, Yumi and the Nightmare Painter was the first Brandon Sanderson book I read. I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was pretty interesting. The folks want Brandon Sanderson. It is I don't want to disappoint people here too much, but I thought Sanderson was fine. I was not I don't have as strong of a reaction as some of you folks do. I liked it. I thought it was kind of interesting. Yeah, do the Brandon Sanderson chats on Nutcase's stream. Yeah, that's an option. I tried to rotate who my guests are. I haven't had any repeat book chat guests. I have not had a repeat book chat guest. If I'm going to have one, the most likely would probably wind up being Saf. Might come back on here at some points. But yeah, I love doing book chats. I love talking about books. My current book that I'm reading right now is Greek Lessons by Hong Kong, translated by Deborah Smith. If you haven't read Hong Kong, she is special. The Vegetarian is a very special book. Human Acts is an incredible book. Greek Lessons is like... It's this messed up thing of like, I'm like reading a book in... Well, I'm like going to bed and it's like, oh, I'm just like on the couch and I'm changing my life right now. That's weird. I mean, I am happy to take people with weird tastes. I am happy to... I like getting exposed to new things. Some of the books that I've read have become like some of my favorite books. Whoop. Star. I have more stars than reds at this point. Reds are hard. Sunshot. Okay. Moonshot did involve ripping the moon open last time I did when I did Moonshot, which was deeply, deeply funny. Oh, hold on a second. This is how this works. Okay. Didn't see this thing at all. Yeah, go ahead. I am, as these things go, I am pretty comfortable talking politics and related subjects in stream. I am... There we go. I try not to talk about too much because I am a politics writer. I write about politics and economics for my day job, and it's just kind of exhausting to only talk about politics for your entire life. Like, it's just like not a fun way to live, and I know people who live like that, and I'm not envious. Approved by Special Operations Veterans. Good lord. Good lord. Spec Ops, the phone line. I feel like that works better if I write it out. It means that they think that you're gullible. That's what it means. That's what it means, Peko and Neko. It means that they think that you are the type of gullible mark who is impressed by somebody holding a career that has nothing to do with phones.
I see all. I know all. My power knows no bounds. And yet your will is free because you were made to be free. It is the very principle of your existence, without which the trials of this world would hold no meaning. To seek salvation must be your choice.
I guess they would advertise durability, but also it's just, it's one of those things that's like, the goofy thing is the like it makes me think a lot about how 60s, like in the 60s and back in the 60s and 70s, you would see things that would advertise themselves as like, used by real spies, and it's like, this is a watch that spies use. These are shoes that spies use. And it's like, well, spies are by default probably going to use stuff that's kind of off the shelf because that makes it harder to trace and makes it more inconspicuous. So just like what type of watch should a spy use? And it's like, well, one that keeps time reasonably accurately. That's the feature that a spy is looking for in a watch, and that doesn't make them stand out too much. Like, what's this? Well, if I were a spy in the early 21st century, not really right now because nobody really uses watches anymore, but if I were a spy in the 21st century, I would, use a Timex, right? Yeah, one that doesn't look like a spy's watch. I mean, it depends on what type of spycraft you're doing, right, Blue? Like, if you're doing most spies, yeah, I know that you don't like to say it out loud, Mora, but also you do request that I write things in Russian. So it is kind of challenging to be too secretive with that information. But yeah, let's take a look here. Wrap around the corner. Oh! Whoopsie doodle. Let me go turn that one in. Yeah, we have to do a certain amount of plausible deniability about it. Whoops. Yeah, I am sorry, Mura. I am sorry. Got another tool. I don't know what it does, but I have it. Well, let's actually start off with this guy over here. Green L. Oh look, another puzzle. Another voice telling me I'm special. Another broken down computer with fragments of nothing. This world's a bad joke perpetuated by a cruel job too dumb to hit the off switch. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair, Mura. What does this thing do? Record and play. Okay, hold on. Let's see. So I get to go over here. Okay. Okay, that's pretty simple. Alright, that was pretty trivial. So that thing's going to get crazy. Successfully engage in co-op mode with yourself. I suspect that's going to get crazy. Oh wait, what happened? What happened to chat? Other than the fact that it's slightly off center, which is going to drive me insane. Double plates. Nah, you're good, you're good, you're good. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay. Hey, how does this one work? Okay, so... Oh, that's how this works, okay. Okay, okay, hold, oh, okay, gotta reset this one. Okay, so, record myself, go over here, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Easy. There is a world C. You're the motor one. Honestly, I mostly just say you're a cat. That is mostly how I describe Mura Sensei, she's the cat one. Yeah. I have literally never figured out how this works. Divine spirits, I am in great need and I seek your counsel. Messengers must be waiting for you. I've never figured that. Meowra doesn't exist. Okay, so let's see. So this will open up this and let me get the box out. And what does this one do? Opens up that one. So this opens up and lets me grab the box. And... oh, this is kind of neat. This is kind of neat. Well, let's just do the simple part here. Okay, so that's the simple part of the puzzle. Hello, hello, Hun the Hunt 555. Hello, hello, hello. I mean, welcome in. Welcome in. I hope that you enjoy your stay here. I hope you enjoy your stay. I try to keep things pretty easy around here, so. That voice? Oh, that's very, very kind of you to say. Very kind of you to say. I am just a guy. Let's see. But I do appreciate the compliment. I do appreciate it. How do I do this one? How do I do this one? Let's see. Is there a way to interrupt this? Hun the Hunt, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I really do. Let's see, can I... can't do that, can I? Is there a... Oh, like this. Okay. So it looks like either... Looks like it needs to be... Both need to be interrupted at the same time. Yes, yes, yes. Looks like both need to be interrupted at the same time. Okay, hold on. This one's kind of giving me a little bit of a headache. Okay, let's cancel that recording and kill that one. That doesn't get anything done. And... Okay, this is, I think this will work. I think. So let's record and stand up here for, let's wait until 15, 16 seconds have elapsed. And okay. Okay, so the recording doesn't stop it. That's a bit of a challenge. That's a bit of a dilly of a pickle. That's a bit of a dilly of a pickle. Let's try something else around here. Is there... I'm wondering. Let's go one further. And... Well, hold on. Let's see.
DNA is information transmitted across time. The living and the dead are part of the same chain, bound together by chemistry. That's true of all species. But humanity has taken this bond further. Thanks to technology, we have access to the thoughts and ideas of people whose physical bodies are long gone. Like you listening to me now. Even though I'm definitely dead at this point, you're part of that chain. You have the capacity to remember.
Have a good night, Nutcase. Have a good night, Nutcase. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you for the raid. I hope that you have a lovely time, and I'm glad you were having a good time with Wilds. I am 99% chance that I will be playing Wilds again after stream, later tonight, because now I've unlocked more stuff. Alexander does raise a good point here, and hello, Goblins. Alexander does raise a good point here. I have made this point many times, that I think it's direly limited to think about my connection to the world as being primarily a connection between myself and my genetic forefathers. I think that's actually a pretty small percentage of my connection to the world. Oh, hello. My connection to the world is thank you for the small. My connection to the world feels, I feel as connected to Confucius as I do to random Irishmen, right? Seems that mistakes are easily forgiven here. I thought I'd surely died, yet here I am, reset, rebooted, reborn. I will tackle these challenges anew. Child program. Codename Samsara, terminated here. Logic, program failed to pass random memory test. Final memory dump. Being torn limb from limb by machines for the rest of eternity becomes less and less appealing to me. Progeny program Samsara version 72.3 series. I am making my life considerably harder than I need to make it. Let me reset this one. Yeah, get closer to the Earth. I mean, I do play Deep Rock. I do get close to the Earth all the time. And if I am going to play a management game, it is almost certainly going to be Dwarf Fortress. Hello, Vex. Hello, Vex. Thank you for the 11 months. 11 months. That's so long. That's almost a year. That's almost a year of Vex hanging out here. Thank you, Vex. Oh wait, hold on. There's a better way I can do this. Hold on. Let's think about this. Brought peanuts to feed to local crows since midnight. Peanuts are tasty. Peanuts are tasty. No doubt about it. Not going to argue with tasty peanuts. There we go. That should do the trick. No, don't eat the crows. The crows are our friends. Okay, this is what I thought was going to be happening here. This is what I thought was going to happen here. So let's pick you up and... Hold up, this is gonna give me a headache. The poor ducks. Hold on a second here. And... Is this going to allow me to jump up into the Colossus's lap? No. Scarf is only enabled if somebody has already redeemed coat. You can't take off scarf without also taking off the coat. There's a dependency chain. There's a dependency chain. The government doesn't want you to know this, but the ducks in the park are free. That's I'd prefer to think about that in terms of pets. Though I don't know how ducks are as pets. Like I've hung out with ducks and I think they're fine. Yes. If I have set it up correctly, if the coat is on, the scarf will disable. And also the toggle coat plus scarf should only be enabled if both are off. I feel very clever. I feel very, very clever. It's yeah, I figured out how to do a while ago. I figured out how to do if-then toggles in StreamerBot, and I feel clever. I feel bright. The right angle. Okay, the star is back here. Interesting. Let's see. Is there... We got ads. We got ads. We got ads. I'm going to use the bathroom. Ads seem to be longer than they used to be. I'm going to have to fiddle around with that, but enjoy the fan art. All right, I'm back. Okay. I am back. Hold on, let's see. I missed some chat messages while I was away. I played some Rivals. Now time to get back to the RTS mines. Hunter, what RTS are you? What RTS is your play? Yeah, I am firmly bronze though in FPS is what I have learned over the last couple of years. It is firm, it is natural, it is where I belong. I belong in the bronze. Let's think about this for a second here. The right angle. Diplomacy is not an option. Okay, I just am not familiar with that one. How do I get in there? Let's take a look around. You know what? There might be a goofier option here. Okay. That makes my head hurt less. I am, actually. I haven't played They Are Billions, but I'm familiar with it. At least, like, a little bit. God, this is such an easier way to do this than the way I did it originally. What is wrong with my brain? There's some other way to do this. I don't think so. I don't think that's what this is about. The right angle. The right angle. So let's going to scroll around until I find something that I can connect this to. Right angle. Hold up. No, not you. Oh my god. Hold on a second. Is there something back here? The right angle. Yeah, 90 degrees is what I'm thinking about. Oh, it's very similar. Okay. I mean, it is... Mora, you're talking to a person who has no caffeine in his diet. It's pretty easy to convince me to, for me to be like, oh yeah, you could use less caffeine. I think I have not had any caffeine, unless, other than the caffeine that's in, like, naturally occurring in chocolate. I think I've had no other caffeine this entire year. I think it may actually be not just like 2025, but like this calendar year. I might have had no caffeine. It's not even like a... I know there's people who do have like a... It's not even particularly a health stance. It's that I really don't like feeling like I can have things taken away from me. I mostly drink water. I do not I prefer tea over coffee by a lot. I don't like coffee at all. But the teas I drink are rooibos, and which doesn't have any caffeine, and barley. Those are the teas I drink. I drink beer. I drink beer I drink like a beer a month. Mostly I drink water, banana smoothies, almond milk. That's pretty much what I drink. I used to drink a lot of diet root beer, but I have since kind of learned that diet root beer, like, makes me... That's the word I'm looking for here. Makes me, like, hungry, weirdly. Like, makes me, like I can't just, like having diet soda makes me hungrier. So I've cut it out pretty sharply. Right angle. Looking around for something that... I can touch. That isn't that I haven't yet. The right angle. Hello, Commodore. Hello, Commodore. M to EP. Good night, Mora. Sleep well. Sleep is critical. Sleep is an important part of your diet. Wait a second. Hold on. Does this do something? Hold on a second. Is there some sort of rule where will lasers eventually punch through a wall? I don't think so. I don't think so, but... No, that's not it. The pyramid being here also, like, it's just like... It's making me think. It's making me think. The right angle. The right angle. Where are there right angles in here? There's a right angle here. There's a right angle here. Thinking is bad for you? A difficult thing to say in the middle of a puzzle game, right? Difficult thing to sympathize with in a puzzle game. Wait, hold on a second. Can I... No. So there's something inside there that I haven't looked at in enough detail. There's something in here. There's got to be something in here. There's got to be something in here. I unfortunately cannot sleep in tomorrow. Saturday, I got work. Saturday is a work day for this old man. You're gonna be useless, aren't you? No, I did not. I did not. I don't, my work, most of the weekdays, my work is, either not during stream hours, or really my big work days are Saturday and Sunday. Those are the days when I, like, have to get work done that I cannot, do on my own. But I'm an editor, so not a ton of my work requires that I be physically present. You know, I kind of do my work when it suits me. When I'm in the mood and when I've got the tools ready and that kind of thing. Right angle. Too bad, too bad. Yeah, you're gonna get me being extremely literal like 100% of the time. It depends a little bit. I end up reading on screens like 99% of the time because that's how writers send things to us. I don't get a lot of printouts from my writers. So I end up writing almost entirely via thought I had something. I end up reading almost entirely on screens. If I'm reading really dense nonfiction, I prefer to do it on screens because that lets me use Control F. And I like being able to read on Control F. If I am reading pure fiction, reading it, if I'm or something that like I don't really care that much about, paper is kind of nicer, but I just end up not getting a lot of paper because I just get so much more of my stuff electronically. But yeah, I mostly prefer to read. I haven't really thought about getting a special type of monitor. I have, in the past, had a Kindle, and I actually really liked my Kindle. I actually really I had a first-gen Kindle. I really liked the Kindle not being backlit. Oh, I don't know how much a vertical monitor would do for me on that front. I don't know what that would really accomplish. Maybe I'm not being creative enough. When I read, I tend to have, like, a notepad open and whatever I'm reading open. That tends to be how I read. I tend to have a note-taking app open and and whatever I'm reading open simultaneously. I haven't seen like a Nook. The Nook that my aunt has a is backlit, which feels which doesn't feel great to me. I mean, I don't do anything special. I just have I just have a monitor. I do really miss having a laptop. That's the thing I miss right now. I really miss having a laptop. I am on a desktop right now and it's so much more uncomfortable than using a laptop. Absolutely one of the worst decisions I've ever made in my life. F-tier decision. I want there to be a thing that I can reflect on or pull off light from, the moon I'm thinking about. I keep on thinking about the moon. The moon. Is it the Sphinx? Does the Sphinx have something for me? Do these colossi have anything for me? Does the limestone? Nothing. The temple doors don't. The colossi doesn't. Palm trees? I would like to have a Linux laptop as my daily driver, and then I've got the desktop I'm using is really not intended for gaming. It's very much intended for just being a stream machine. And so my intent was always with this thing to have it stream and have the laptop do everything on that. Why not look at the shadow of the colossi? Good call. Good call. I know that you're just making a joke and that's not like a serious hint, but like maybe. Let's get you out of the way. The shadow of the colossi. I actually have not played Shadow of the Colossus. Shadow of the Colossus feels like a game that I would really love, but I have not actually played Shadow of the Colossus. What am I doing here? Select. What have you got for me over here? A box up high. Okay, so maybe there's something to do here.
What is this? I shall not allow the corruption of my garden. Be gone!
Okay, so we're going from Roman to Egyptian. A box up high. I'm solving some puzzles. Is what's happening. Or else I'm trying to. We are in Egypt. Yeah, we're in a kind of ancient Egypt-y environment. Okay, so I do need the box. I do need the box. The box will allow me to do shenanigans. But having 3 light sticks will also allow me to do shenanigans. So let's grab these light sticks and get shenanigans. There we go. And there's that. Okay, so I'll give me the box. Thank you. For the box. And then... okay, now we need to reset the entire puzzle. We need to decohere the whole thing. Let's get all of my light sticks over here. And... let's get the light sticks over here. This light stick actually needs to be here. Light stick. And... let's see... no. Dang it. Screwed that up. Moved too fast. And then... like that. Oh, Alright, no, this guy doesn't need to be here at all. So... there we go. Hello, Yorobokuyo. Hello, hello, hello. You frame generation cheating to play above 45. Yeah, Commodore, I am a person who... I play Monster Hunter Wilds at 30 FPS. So that should give you a sense of my degree of caring about high fidelity graphics. I play on minimum settings at 30 FPS and I am fine. I play a lot of retro games, so the idea of needing to play things with 80 bajillion frames is totally foreign to me. Totally foreign to me. I don't know what the deal is with that. Codename @ terminated here. Logic, fatal flaw in series firmware, final memory dump Life's short, progeny programs dogs. It does, but I haven't owned a console since, like, 2005. Sure, I could stick around here, set my hopes on eternal life, but on righting every wrong, but the closest I'll ever get is these words on the wall before you. That was by version 17. I also just, like, don't have any taste, is, like, kind of the core of it. I have no taste and no discernment about graphics. That's the actual nature of the beast. That's what's actually going on. Wrap around the corner. Some of these challenges must be designed with cooperation in mind, but I'm the only one here. This game's from like 2014. Tohu said that there is a remaster that hasn't been released yet. Okay, that one was pretty easy. Most of the games that are moddable don't need powerful PCs. I mean, the other thing, Commodore, is I just play lots of old games. That's like the biggest thing, is I just play lots of old games. And I'm mostly a books guy. So a lot of the reason why I am, like, pretty down on... Oh, okay, I see what happened there. That was I wandered off of tracking. I adjusted my chair and it caused me to break tracking. I need to recalibrate. There we go. I just broke tracking. Thank you for the heads up. Thanks for the heads up. I think I've mentioned this before, but I don't like to look at my own model. While I'm streaming. I don't know how to describe this other than, like, it makes me really distracted. It's very, very distracting for me. Let's think about this. So... I have no idea how to do this one. This one's killing me. Yeah, I was kind of hoping I could redirect the light from here to one of those blue ones, and that would break the beam. That was kind of what I was hoping to do. I got no idea how to get this star. Nothing on getting this star. A little bit. I know it might be more fair to say I know things about Egyptian history than I know about Egyptology. So they haven't done a lot that could be wrong, right? So this portrayal of the Sphinx that we see in front of us, okay, let's reorient ourselves. Okay, so this portrayal of the Sphinx is very modern. If you were to portray what the Sphinx looks like circa 2025, this is what it more looks like. The Sphinx's face is damaged because of wear and tear. Hello, Jackie. Hello, Jackie. Yes, and defacement from the 19th century. So this is obviously post-19th century, and also up until relatively recently, the Sphinx was buried up to its neck in sand. The Sphinx was I believe a 20th century project to dig the sand away so that you can see the rest of the Sphinx. So, and I mean, that is actually part and parcel of this, right? This is not, they're not intending to display what any of these things looked like circa their original construction date. That is absolutely not the point that Elohim or the designers of the game want. They want these to look like ruins. They want these to look like ruins. And that seems to be part and parcel of the art of the game. The intended lessons that we are learning in the game. That all seems very coherent and intentional to me. So the fact that they don't look like how they might have looked, that these are not reconstructions of how these things would have looked if you were a living Egyptian in 2000 BC, I think that's fair. And I don't know I have, my understanding of the Sphinx was that it was built by a king a very long time ago. As a sign of his power and piety. Yeah, you can see that this pyramid here actually does have some limestone on it. You can see some of the white limestone on the cap. Redundant power supply. The proportions don't really fit. Yeah, that's fair. Oh. That's fair. So let's hear what this theory is. Didn't order the Sphinx to be built. Okay, so this does work. I just fucked up last time, so I was wrong. Okay. Originally a giant statue of Anubis, Lord Protector of the Dead, and Khufu simply ordered the dog had to be chiseled down to look like him. That's kind of funny. Oh, it just takes forever to rebuild. Okay, okay. Dang it. I thought I could do something really clever here. Hold on a second. F. Fucked up. Oh, ho, ho. Okay. Okay, so hold on. Let me back up here a second, because Commodore asked an interesting question. So, and Blue also brings up a point that I was going to bring up. So, Commodore asked an interesting question. So, were there gods, humans, or do some of their pharaohs share their names? So, both. Both. Kings, that's say pharaohs, generally their names are stuff like beloved of Ra, like Ramesses, right? Amenhotep, the truth of Aman. Thutmose is, I forget what Thutmose means. But yeah, like common Egyptian pharaoh names are references to the gods in the same way that, yeah, like we don't really do it with Christianity because there's we've got a thing about blasphemy with it, but like Krishna is a god in Hinduism, and people are just named Krishna. Like you can just do that. You can just do that. Another element to this is that pharaohs, Egyptian kings, are living gods. Yeah, Akhenaten, famously into Aten. So there's that element as well, that Egyptian kings are gods. These are overlapping conceits, right? There's also, yeah, that's a good point, Scaldy. There's Christian. Jesus is a name. Joshua is a way of pronouncing Jesus. Yeah, a pharaoh is Horus on Earth. It's really worth remembering that the thing that makes somebody a king is that they are the thing that makes a king is that they are the chief of your judicial. No, I know Scaldy. I know Scaldy. Is that is that a king is the chief of your war leader. He is the leader of your judiciary, and he is the leader of your religion. He is all of those at once. He is a religious head, a church head, and a war head, all at the same time. Oh, hello. I don't know James B. Allen. I don't know James B. Allen. That is not a name that I am familiar with. So there are 2 stars here, and I haven't gotten either of them, and I am pretty stumped on that. I am pretty stumped. Amusingly, I need greens more than I need anything else at the moment. I want to take a look at B. Sorry, World A. I actually skipped over World A entirely and just went straight to B. Or maybe I didn't skip over World A. I don't know, maybe I don't understand how to navigate this world. So here's B. There's C. C is Gothic. There's the tower that I'm not supposed to enter. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. The unknown set animals action aardvark. That's interesting. Yeah, Egyptology was not, like, remotely my area of expertise. Okay, so I haven't done, I do need you guys. I think I'm just gonna try to be fast here. I'm just gonna get the greens I need. So a green L locked from inside. Let's take a look around. Interesting. Oh. Okay, so let's do that and pick you up. And Set is an interesting god. Yeah, Set's an interesting god. And okay, so it has to be this direction. It has to be this direction. Oh. Oh ho, oh ho, oh ho. There we go, ho ho. That's what they meant by locked from inside, okay. That's what they're talking about. And aha, there we go. Clever. Clever. Clever, clever, clever. Okay, so take you. And that's cute. That is cute. This is a cute puzzle. This is a cute puzzle. I don't know, Commodore. I don't know. I don't think so, because you can reset any puzzle. There's not like expendable resources. There's just puzzles. So I haven't seen any way that that could work. It's not that it's impossible. I just like I haven't seen a way where that makes any sense. Let's take a look around. Okay, that's cute. That's cute. Oh, wait, no, this is how you do it. This is how you do it. This is how you do it. Okay. Simple. Simple enough, and that liberates this one. You can soft lock portal? I did not know that you could soft lock portal. I had no idea that that was a thing. How the heck do you soft lock portal? Oh. Is it Alexandria time? It's Alexandria time.
When I was in 9th grade, my parents took me to Pompeii. At first, I was amazed by the feeling of walking through an ancient city. But then I suddenly got scared. I realized that I was walking through a real place, where real people had lived, people like myself, with mothers and fathers and lives and hopes and dreams. And now it was all gone forever. I ran to my father, crying, and told him about this. And he said, I remember so clearly, he said, yes, but we are here. So long as there are people in the streets, the past isn't really gone.
That's a fascinating perspective, Mr. Denna. That's a really fascinating perspective. Let's see. I haven't done anything with this today. Okay, you'll now be asked for a series of inputs. To cohere with the psychometric data protection legislation, must consent to have your response used to develop a broad psychometric profile. Raw response data will be deleted immediately. Your profile only be made available to other administrators. Generating certification part 1. Part 1 ready for user input. Please complete all fields. Answer quickly and instinctively. Time is a factor in the assessment. Begin certification program. Yes. 3, 2, 1. 2 plus 2 equals 4. What is your subjective reaction to this image? Contents. What best describes a person? A rational animal. Your input has been accepted. You're walking through the desert and come across a thirsty traveler. Eyes bulge from slow dehydration. You have water, but you're not sure how far it is to the next oasis. What do you do? Offer half the water. Your input has been accepted. Part 1 of the certification process is now complete. You'll receive a notification when Part 2 has been generated. Exit. I am Athena9.html. .txt. She examined the symbol on the fragment she found in the buried city. Again, the owl. What could its significance be? The owl, the owl, the owl. It seemed as if they had been scattered about in the labyrinth by some unseen hand for a purpose that yet eluded .. Most likely the owl was the sigil of the author of these words, which had so /673 ampersand dollars simoleon RFG. Ampersand % dollars is a nebulous memory, as if from a previous life. The owl was the symbol of ampersand number 574953 parens 444 F4D / and the goddess number 49204 exclamation 14D2041.544844 E41 parens % outside under the moon, or perhaps on the city walls when the wind rose. But there was no time to contemplate this further now, for the automatons had seen her and their mechanical arms extended towards dollars % simoleons, the fragment, and ran as their beams converged on % dollar simoleon. I don't know what else to call that. It's a simoleon symbol to me. Singularity discussion 104. Articles / singularity is coming / comment 104. User Alex16 reply reports. You know, the more I think about it, the more I believe that no one is actually worried about AIs taking over the world or anything like that, no matter what they say. What they're really worried about is that someone might prove, once and for all, that consciousness can arise from matter. And I kind of understand why they find it so terrifying. If we can create a sentient being, where does that leave the soul? Without mystery, how can we see ourselves as anything other than machines? And if we are machines, what hope do we have that death is not the end? What really scares people is not the artificial intelligence is in the computer, but the natural intelligence they see in the mirror. I learned Simoleon first. I'm going to keep calling it Simoleon because that amuses me. Nadia Sarabai AMA, as one of the founders of modern science and noematics, many credit you with inventing the term itself, how do you see the state of the science today? Sorry I said science twice. Nadia Sarabai. Mixed. On the one hand, the existence of the Institute of Applied Noematics and a couple of similar organizations is highly encouraging. On the other hand, the degree to which science is seen as serving purely military corporate causes is, in my opinion, stopping us from exploring many important avenues of research. In a sense, it's people like Alexandra Drennan who are the real pioneers today, who have the enthusiasm and dedication that the system as a whole seems to be lacking. Do you think that technology poses a danger to humanity? No. Technology is just a tool. What we do with it is up to us. The Extended Lifespan Project. Crazy or visionary? Nadia Sarabai. Both. Arkady Chernsky. Crazy or visionary? Smiley face. Nadia Sarabai. Arkady, is that you? Do ya less than a href equals question mark to Alan Jameson. A quick note, I am pretty sure that the names Nadia and Arkady were chosen as references to Red Mars by Kim Stanley Robinson. For those of you who are sci-fi fantasy nerds here, which I know is most of you, I am the token litfic and nonfiction guy in this chat here. You should read Red Mars. I don't know about reading Green Mars and Blue Mars. Mars and Blue Mars are fine. But Red Mars is pretty good. Red Mars is pretty good and it's very influential. Kim Stanley Robinson is a very influential and potent sci-fi author. He's one of the good ones. I recommend checking him out. So far, all the puzzles are solvable and completely within the necessary parameters. Alexandra has had some more tweaks she wants to suggest, but I think we're heading in the right direction here. There's an interesting... Xanadu says, there's an interesting concept regarding the soul that potentially solves the artificial being not having a soul problem. There's a theory that consciousness is limited only by the level of complexity of the structure of collected particles. Likewise, there's a similar concept that the presence of a soul is dependent on the level of consciousness an entity possesses. Well, I think that kind of solves it in the other direction. That kind of like unsolves it. That almost exacerbates the issue. That what people tend to be looking for...
You may wonder why I have created these labyrinths for you. Why you can reach eternity only through struggle. But have faith, for these trials serve the betterment of your kind.
This guy is very patronizing in the very classical sense. He is a patras in the very classical sense. We're about to get hit by ads, but I think that most people, what they want is they want the machines to not have souls. That's what they want. They want souls to be a thing that transcends the limits of material reality. People who are strict materialists tend to reject the concept of the soul itself. Dang it, screwed up. Screwed up my timing there. Missed it by a second. Woe, ads be upon ye. Are the ads gone? Are they gone? Are they gone? Are they gone? Are they gone? I hope they're gone. Tell me something. Do you always do as you're told? Am I obliged to answer that question? I only asked because I couldn't help but notice the stash of brightly colored knickknacks you're collecting. Don't you think it a mite odd that the big voice in the sky keeps telling you to find those doodads, yet forbidding you to use them to climb the great big tower in the middle of it all? I'll climb it when I'm good and ready. Okay, no need to get huffy. You'd be amazed how many just do as they're told without stopping to think for themselves. But maybe you're different. Then again, maybe you're exactly the same. Maybe everyone climbs the tower, and the only way to win is to stay down here with the mortals. Do you really think so? Nope. In fact, I'm all in favor of you poking about up there, if only to see what you find. Must be something if it's juicy, if it's forbidden by His Highness. Then again, maybe not. I'll be off then. Just want to drop in and run a little interference. Whatever you do, take care. You have bigger problems than the voice in the clouds. You don't like to say his name, do you? Terminating support session. Done. Resuming library archive session. Done. Lol.eml. Ever since we moved to the new site, I feel funny. No, not in that way. From J.E. Harrison to Gnome77, subject League of Legends. Just, I feel like I'm about to start laughing at random. It's probably shock, right? Inability to deal with reality? Or maybe it's just that we're working in this insane place with this insane technology on this insane project, and so I feel like a genuine mad scientist. Stand aside, mortals. We will create life by the power of science. I mentioned this to Alex, and she got me a pair of fake glasses. Can't be a mad scientist without glasses, she said. Even Ian Malcolm had glasses. And I point at EL and said, life, finds a way. Maybe you had to be there. J.E. Harrison, Institute for Applied Noematics. Any emails sent from this address are considered confidential. Sharing or forwarding without permission may result in prosecution by the enraged spirit of Jeff Goldblum. Cicero.txt. See the industrious husbandman, then, plant trees, the fruit of which he shall never see? And shall not the great man found laws, institutions, and a republic? What does the procreation of children imply, and our care to continue our names, and our adoptions, and our scrupulous exacting in drawing up wills, and the inscriptions on monuments, and panegyrics, but that our thoughts run on futurity? Cannot retrieve Tusculan Disputations 484-F5045. It's hemisphere. It's hemisphere. Hemi is half. What do you imagine that so many and such great men of our republic who have sacrificed their lives for its good expected? Do you believe that they thought that their name should not continue beyond their lives? None ever encountered death for their country but under a firm persuasion of immortality. Themistocles might have lived at his ease, so might Epaminondas, whoops, my bad, and not to look abroad and among the ancients, for instance, so might I myself. But, somehow or other, there clings to our minds a certain presage of future ages, and this both exists most firmly and appears most clearly in men of the loftiest genius and greatest souls. Take away this, and who would be so mad as to spend his life amidst toils and dangers? That's a pretty good Cicero quote. Kikiro. I hate saying it Kikiro. Cicero is how I grew up saying it, and it sounds so much better to me than Kikiro, even though I know Kikiro is the more correct one. Open chatbots.html. Jenny77. Chatbots are becoming increasingly sophisticated. Nigel Pajamas. True, but hardly relevant to this discussion. Jenny. Are you sure? How do you know that I'm not a bot? Sam Schwartz. Don't be ridiculous. Jenny. I'm not ridiculous. Honestly, how would you know? Vegan warrior. Haha, troll. Jenny77. I'm not a troll. Vegan warrior. Yeah, right. Jenny, is there anything I've written so far that could not be written by a bot? I responded to simple insults like ridiculous and troll with very basic negations, and I detected none of you use proper orthography, so I also avoided capitalization. Vegan Warrior, what's the capital of France? Jenny, Paris. Even the simplest script could pull that info from the net. Nigel, what's the capital of Croatia? Zagreb. Nigel Pajamas, okay, she's a bot. Jenny, I'm not a bot, I'm a European. We learn these things in school. Sam Schwartz, I've seen you in this chat many times. Bots can't participate in discussion. In best, they can inject random comments. Vegan Warrior. Sam is right, stop trolling. Nigel Pajamas, Vegan Warrior? Sam is a bot. That's a cute passage. That was funny. That was funny. Is she a bot or is she European? Yeah, yeah. I have not been doing those very frequently. Mobile minefield. I love this music. I love this music. I love this music. It honestly kind of makes you want to play a city builder. Like, I know that's not the point. But it does kind of put me in the mode to play a city builder. Keys. I want to test something out here. Keys. Goodbye, keys. Oh. Gotta reset. Okay, so I can rush past here, grab the jammer. Screwed that up. Keys. Keys. We got keys. I'll shut off that one. Okay. We have almost gotten to World C. I'm just I'm just curious to see what World C looks like. I'm assuming it's medieval, but I think that is all. Yep, all of the non-reds accounted for in World A. So let's get on over to World B and take a poke around. Oh, hello. Part 2 of the certification program has now been generated. Part 2 has been designed to test the consistency of some of your outlier responses in the previous round. You'll be presented with a series of statements. Please indicate your agreement where appropriate. Since only animals can be persons, a machine can never be a person. Broadly agree. A person is under no authority other than that to which they consent. Broadly disagree. The quality of life of persons ought to be maximized. Broadly agree. Value is discovered. Broadly agree. I suppose so. Persons deserve the talents they were born into. Broadly disagree. Liberty of persons ought to be maximized. Broadly agree. Value is created. Broadly agree. Athena 12. 12. The Council of Zeus. Ampersand 4153 number 3454E 44204F 4C 594D 505553. The great bronze bowls pulled the carriage forward, mighty bursts of steam issuing from their nostrils. Finally, they came to the gates at the top of TH ampersand / Simoleon. User.setparens 434 number 4849 number 4C 4420 4F46 205 A455553. Here assembled were all the many generations of the gods, and demigods, and souls of mortals, steel and bronze and iron and memory of flesh. The clouds parted far beneath, revealing the beautiful plains of Macedon, where the gleaming cities had once number 536. His 1a_Rome.html. Professor Dr. Armin Hulak, The Fall of the Roman Empire, A Dialectical Approach. Caption, Homo sum humani nihil eme alienum puto. But interesting as such perspectives of the decline and ultimate dissolution of the Roman Empire may be, they ultimately put too much emphasis on individual catastrophic events. The real question that must be asked is why the Roman Empire, which had dealt with so many threats and catastrophes over the years, was so incapable of responding to these later problems. We must investigate the division of wealth, the structure of government, the location of power in Roman society. Had the Republic survived or been restored, would Rome still have fallen? What was the role of debt and slavery in creating the conditions for what we now call the Dark Ages? Rome, the saying goes, was not built in a day. It didn't fall in a day either. To register for the class, please email ampersand. I find the question of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire very interesting, which I think it's a pretty simple statement that almost everybody does. That the default is to find it pretty interesting. I have my own approach to it, right? And so one of those things that I think is worth emphasizing is the Empire actually saw relatively little territorial expansion compared to the Republic. The Republic saw explosive expansion during the middle and late periods, but this pretty much stopped with the rise of the Empire. And a lot of this simply has to do with the fact that the Roman Empire, we gotta go to number 5, the Roman Empire in its the expansion of Rome was driven largely by the Republic. It was a feature of Republican governance and Republican power. There's a star up there. And there's the moon over there. User profile has now been generated. Download? Yes. Downloading user.prof, registering profile. Congratulations, your new user account has been registered. Would you like to see the details? Display conflicts. Users ought to maximize both liberty and quality of life, but these ideas are incompatible. User had inconsistent ideas about value. Display psychological value. You may already be criticizing your own performance, but it's clear you understand how the world of ideas affects you, even if you are sometimes weary with the realities, and allow your preferences to dictate your belief. You have a great deal of unused capacity which you have not turned to your advantage. Disciplined and self-controlled outside, you tend to be worrisome and insecure inside, but you pride yourself as an independent thinker and do not accept other statements without satisfactory proof. This psychological profile, obviously, is a series of Barnum statements. I actually find Barnum statements kind of cool. I should read up. I've not read up on Barnum statements in a concerted fashion. I have understood Barnum statements primarily through the lens of like having read them and I can recognize them, but I don't understand how to craft them, which I feel like is a bit of a miss on my part. I wish I could understand how to make my own Barnum statements, because Barnum statements are insane. Barnum statements, for those of you who may have missed this is intended to sound reasonable, like this sounds like these are personal, reasonable analyses of you, but they're not. They're just statements that can be said and broadly applied to everyone. A Barnum statement is a type of statement that most of what happens with zodiac sign, with astrology, is Barnum statements. You can give a class full of people, you can take an entire class of 30 plus people. This is how I learned it in psychology class. Was the teacher gave out people papers based on their zodiac signs. Every person got, so there's 12 different excuse me. I think you mean cold reading, Scaldy. But yes, it is. It is, you would have 12 people, you'd make a psychological profile for people based on their zodiac sign, and you'd hand everybody in the class their personalized zodiac descriptions, and then everybody would say, oh yeah, that's cool, that does sound like a reasonable description of me. And it's like, okay, so hand these off to your neighbors. Exchange your profile with another person. And it turns out that every single person had the same profile. That's what a Barnum statement is for. And they're a clever and interesting thing. Display account privileges. Basic account privileges only due to outstanding notes on your account, and despite displaying many characteristics of being a person, you cannot be granted admin status at this time. In the meantime, please enjoy the basic account functionalities. Access the ecom portal. Currently located to basic account, network access is restricted to administrators. Please enjoy the basic functionalities. Log MLA support ticket. I'm sorry I wasn't better able to assist you. If you're still encountering a problem, please describe it. Account certification error. Thank you. A support ticket has been generated and appended to your profile. You'll receive a notification when a reply has been sent. Alright. Osiris 7, coming soon, blog 24 alive. Osiris7.text. Hello, Kratinoste. And no, man, I wish. Tell me of the fearsome demons of the thoguht, the dying man said to the wise scribe. Though their terrible forms are loathsome to behold, they are not evil, for they are the servants of the gods. Truly, they are the blessed doorkeepers and guardians of the holy paths. Their charge is to judge whether we are worthy to pass the gates that lead to Aru, and so they challenge us with riddles, or in combat. Is it true of all the beings that live in the thoguht? Some say that it is not so, that there are ancient gods whose names have been forgotten, and spirits of darkness whose names none have ever known, and that those must be avoided at all cost. But others say that these, too, serve a greater purpose in ways that Osiris has not revealed to us. And what of the hidden paths that are taken when the coming soon.eml. From Rob McLean, Institute for Applied Nomadics, to Mom. Subject, coming soon, your son, in 3D. Hi Mom, I promise I'll be home soon. Maybe a couple weeks? I know. But what we're doing here is important, and the team needs my help. I'm not going to wait until it's too late, I promise, but there's so much we have to set up, so much that has to work for a very, very long time. Besides, I've always wanted to work on one of these supercomputers, and believe me, EL is pretty much the best there is. And the team, Mom. It's like I'm working with rock stars and mad geniuses. Except nobody's heard them outside of science drills, of course. But Dad would be totally geeking out if he knew. Maybe I can tell him about it soon, huh? Love, Rob. And blog24.alive_alive.html. What is the point of being alive? I know it's an old question and not one that's easy to answer. But I mean, if you're reading this, you are alive. And someday you will stop being alive. Both of these facts are incontrovertible. So, what about it then? Don't you wonder? Do you just want to go from not existing to not existing again, without ever considering why? You, right now, as you sit there reading this, why do you exist? What is the purpose of your life? Do you have one? Should you have one? Is it better to have a purpose or not? When you approach death, will you feel that your life had meaning? If so, why? If not, why not? What defines whether life was good or not? It may seem abstract right now, but that moment just before death will come. It is inevitable. If you don't ask yourself these questions, how will you face that moment? I ask myself those kind of questions every night, man. I don't have answers. Hey, it's a degraded puzzle. I personally expect my life will not have meaning and that I will pass into oblivion with little difficulty, consideration, or problem. I will simply cease. There we go. Here's what I'm looking for. Slightly elevated sigil. So that powers that gate. Slightly elevated. Okay. Yeah, people have drawn a lot of comparisons to The Witness, which I will probably play at some point because I've wanted to play The Witness for I've been Witness curious for a minute. Wait, hold on. There we go. Now it sustains itself. That's always a cute trick. Free 1 to 2 hour game. Nice. This game also reminds me a lot, the vibe in this game also makes me think a lot about The Forgotten City, which is one of my favorite games. The Forgotten City is amazing. The Forgotten City is a bit of a challenge in that I've already played it, so I'd have to do it similarly to how I played Outer Wilds, where I had played it before, and then I played it on stream, and had to, like, act as if I didn't know the solutions to certain puzzles. Forgotten City rules. It's basically ancient Roman Outer Wilds. It is ancient Roman Outer Wilds. And it was originally like a, what do we call it? No greens in here, all reds. It was originally a mod for, what's the name of that game? Not Morrowind. Not Skyrim, not Morrowind. Oblivion. I think it was Oblivion. I think it was an Elder Scrolls 4 mod.
Far, my child, succeeding where so many before you failed. You have walked through a land of ruins and a land of death.
Yeah, Oblivion, yeah.
Now the land of faith lies before you. And know that as you have shown faith in me, so do I have faith in you.
Okay, so the medieval era is faith, the ancient Rome is law, And Egypt is death. That's an interesting way to cast these problems. Display reply. Account certification error, user basic account, reply. An account certification program diagnostic has been formed and no errors were reported. Have you completed the standard troubleshooting procedure? Delete user account, create a new admin account. To achieve a preferable outcome, yeah. Apocryphal from 890 CE, Sarabai Journal, and Hope.eml. The Apocrypha of Saint Eadwald. This vision was granted by the Archangel Uriel to the humble servant Eadwald, that he might bear testimony of Simoleon/7468652006 number C equals 696F6E percent 20262062776F6C66207368616C6 and C2063 function E65617.365/%$. I turned to the north and saw 7 black clouds coming down upon the land, and each cloud was a plague unleashed from the throne of God in the time of the Nephilim. In that age, the plagues were buried in the pit, there to remain until the end of days, which was surely now to come. I fell to my knees and prayed, and before me appeared 7 angels, riding their chariots, wheels within wheels, turning in the sky. Their lights hid the clouds from my sight. One angel stepped down onto the earth, and by his fiery sword I knew him to be Uriel. He spoke, saying, 7 plagues have awoken in the land, but not at the hands of Elohim. Look upon the wages of sin, and shall he send forth the deluge once more to cleanse the land of this evil? Shall he end all that slithers and all that crawls, and the birds of the sky and the fishes of the sea, to end that which you uncovered in your folly? Sarabai 982.journal. Entry 982. Everything's dark and quiet. The stars are brighter than I've ever seen them. I can hear the faint sound of water high above. Inside, Alexandra is recording one of her time capsule messages while running tests on the scenario module. Arcady is uploading another batch to the archive while muttering something about the MLA program, and Omar is sleeping on the couch we put up yesterday. And I'm sitting here, writing this, having trouble believing that it will ever end, that this oddly peaceful existence of ours won't just go on forever. I look at Talos and EL, and their purpose seems like something that's always going to be in the future. An ideal to work towards, not something that will become real. I wonder if there'll be quiet places in the simulations, places to rest without thinking about the future. I hope so. Everyone deserves some moments of peace. Hope.eml. Hi, I hope you get this. The internet's been disappearing unpredictably. I want you to know that I'm going to try and get to you. I know it's far and there's not a lot of time, but I think I can manage. I want to be with you, and frankly, on the road, trying to get you seems better than just staying here, so far away from you. At least, I'll be as close as I can get. Remember. But hey, don't be sad. I might make it. I've thought about it, and the distance should be crossable on time, assuming don't kick in before. See you soon. I love you. Okay, it's a light puzzle. The conservatory. There's lights. All right, Pekon Neko, thank you for stopping by and have a lovely night. What's behind here? Okay, so there's the blue. Okay, let's do like this. And let's see about something here. Okay, good. Why this avatar in particular? Could you clarify your question a little bit? Do you mean like, why do I look like an old man, or do you mean why am I a robot in game? Oh, well, so I wrote an entire post about it. I wrote an entire, it's intended to reflect a real sense of how I feel about how I am as a person. And that should probably explain better than I can explain simply. But, I had this custom made by my model artist, Sensational. Sensational VT was my maker, was my father. This puzzle has no solution. It's nonsense, not even worth trying. But yeah, the core of it was I was taking advice from people about what they thought I talked like and acted like, because I streamed before I had this avatar. I streamed before I had this name. And so I tried to come up with a version of myself that made sense for that purpose, right? With a version of myself that fit those things. That's kind of how I thought about it, right? It was like I tried to make a version of myself that reflected my interior vision rather than my exterior. If you do not become invested in finding a solution, you will be free. So Samsara. Samsara is very predictable, very on the name nose. Don't let Samsara discourage you. There's a solution. Don't let your mind get trapped in patterns. If you seek the truth without prejudice, you will find it, says the shepherd. This is actually a pretty easy puzzle. So pretty goofy for Dog to be complaining about it. But yeah, it's meant to reflect my how I stream, my streaming style. It's meant to coexist with my personality and my behavior and the types of streams I want to make. That's why I look like this. It is an advantage of being a VTuber, right? Is that, how I look in real life may not reflect those things. I have. I don't tend to do a ton for special occasions, but I have thought about that. I do have a beard. It's just a very small beard. It's a very small beard. This one's tricky. No messenger. Genuinely lost on what a messenger is supposed to look like or where they are. Professor Owl. People do refer to me as an owl a lot. I do have an almond thing, but that's not a special occasions thing. That's just because it's funny. This one's really tricky. This one, I do need a summer outfit. Let me... how do I go about this one? Okay, so... that's where the red light source is. Oh, right. Forgot about this element. And take you out, and take you out. And... let's think about this. Let's see about... let's see what happens if I do this. Just connect everything. That didn't clarify a lot. The brought Mankini. Jeez. Oh, all right, Hunter, have a good night. I'm sorry, I didn't catch you. Okay, that's perfectly cromulent right there, and so that unlocks. That got me another crate, another hexahedron. So I think I can use this hexahedron to go up here and get a third hexahedron. What do I do with all these hex? What is the function of having so many hexahedrons? Is it this? Is this the function? Oh. Did the wrong order of operations? Fooled again. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's a lesson I can take backwards. That's a lesson I can take backwards. Interesting, interesting, interesting. That might help me solve a problem that I had back in World B. That might help me solve a World B problem. Blowback. Okay, I've got a jammer. I've got a jammer, a light stick, and a hexahedron. What do I do with these guys? That gives me something. Do I do this? Thinking about the time travel the other day, we really can't go forward or back. I mean, you are always going forward, right? Didn't think the text would be that big. Lol. I didn't actually see it. Okay. So I need you. Whatever else happens, I need you. Whatever else is the deal. I don't need you. I need another light stick if I'm going to make any progress. So that gives me that gives me that cube. And that will get me this cube. So I'm cubing. I'm cubing. I got cube. Oh, okay, I see what to do here. I don't know. Maybe? I think it would come down to dumb luck, right? I don't know. It depends a lot, right? It would depend a lot on what evolved and how they evolved. I don't know. I mean, the problem with going backwards in the past is that it's like what I don't even know what that means, right? Like from a physics standpoint, like what's like usually I think what people want is they want like a snapshot of the past that they can interface with. How do I do this? They want to be able to take a snapshot of the past and then, like, recreate the past using that, I suppose. Something else to do here. Can I block? What happens if I do this? Okay, that's what happens. Not useful. Not useful. So... is there a second light stick somewhere around here? There's something to do with this fan. There's something to do with this fan. There's something special about this fan. Yeah, because it like people don't like I don't know what it would mean to actually be behind in time and able to change the future in the way that like comic books have you to do. I don't even know what that would look like from like a logic and reason stance. Like, how would you even be able to, like, again, like, there's like a literal logic, like, what happens standpoint. Okay, so this is the red light. Okay, hold on. This might be the order of operations I have to do. So... that might be the ticket. And then... hold on a second here. Huh. Let's try this. I don't think it's going to help me very much. But it's funny. It will be the new present, right? Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean by it would be like a snapshot. You're in a new form of the present that's... Have I borked this one? I might have borked this one. This one's tricky. This one's tricky. This one's... Wait, hold on. There we go. There we go. Order of operations, once again. Wait, no, this won't work anyway. That won't work anyway. What am I doing? Oh! Wait, no, hold on. No, this might actually be fine. This might actually be fine. This might actually be fine. I was about to reset the puzzle, and it's like, oh wait, no, that might actually just create a ton of work. I might actually be on the right track here. So, I can jam the fan. And then I can come through here. And put down a cube here. There we go. Oh my goodness, that was giving me a headache. That was giving me a real headache there. Let's see. So I've got one more left in this world. That one was tough. Labyrinth. Labyrinth. Ads are incoming. I'm gonna snooze that. Locked. Okay, jammer. That's what I need. I need jammers. I need jammers. Okay, there's the keys. The keys, okay. And then... yeah, Scaldy, it is pure fiction, so it can be, like, however you want it to be. If you're speculating on it from just, like, a more basic premises level, it winds up creating problems of, like... how you... achieve things in it. Okay, let's see. Okay, so I've been here before. So the keys do anything? Not really. Not for this part. Not for this part. So let's let you get past me, and then... and now we go around. Around and around and around and around. And then we jam you. And let's take a look around this area. Whoa. Oh, oh, death. Death, 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 death. Okay. Death. Okay, dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Okay. There's the jammer. So those keys... what did those keys unlock? What do those keys give me? From a problem-solving standpoint, what do the keys give me? I may have gotten turned around inside the labyrinth. I think I got turned around. I think my internal mental map was poor, which... bit of an L for me. There we go, there we go. There we go. That's what I was really looking for. Oh! Okay, I figured it out. I just did it wrong. I just did a bad job. I just did a foolish behavior. I did a foolishness. So yeah, if I've got 2 of these, I should be able to make it through. So I've got to come through here. Sprint, keys. Ow, too fast. Too fast. Too fast, too fast. So let's run around here. Grab the key. Grab the key. And I've got the key. Not the key. I don't have the key. I don't have the key. Got ahead of myself. No keys. No keys yet. May as well be behind this guy. And just wait for you. The Almantas Principle. Hello, Blast. Hello, Blast. Did you get a good nap in? Let's grab you and open you up. Really good ramen shop. Excellent. A ramen ya. I just like never eat out, so I haven't had ramen out in a very, very long time. Okay, so I'll also run you all the way up here anyway. So oh, almost died there. Chinese run, yeah, nice. All the way back here, like a labyrinth, like a true labyrinth. It's actually mostly just annoying to get around. So let's take a look around here. Okay, and let you. Plenty of time. Woohoo! No, not enough time. Not enough time. Snoozing again. Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying. Is there a third jammer in here? If there's a third jammer in here, I'll be pretty peeved at the presence of a third jammer. Oh wait, no, I need to go through here. Go around you, grab the keys. Go here. Ah, nice big stretches. Ah. Yeah, that is a bit of a shame about how Americans perceive cuisine. That I did that the wrong way. Definitely took that way too long. Oh, crap. I think I just die here. Yep, I just die there. Like a fool. Like a fool. I'm annoyed because this one doesn't even feel particularly hard. It's just a lot of running back and forth. I run around here. Jam it. And I'm getting impatient, right? So I'm making mistakes that I shouldn't make. Wee. Right? Like, there we go. That's the faster way. And then... there. Like a fool. Like a fool. Like a foolish, fooly fool. And I gotta wait for him to bounce all the way back here. And... I want to go this way. I want to go this way. And... jam it. And... there we go. Oh. They keep going up. Yeah, my understanding is that pretty much everyone makes ramen. I mean, the spicy ramen, the bulldog ramen is Korean, right? Rather famously. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's let you get on past me and... oh yeah, kimchi ramen, that's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. So, let's think about this. So, let's take a look around here. Oh, there's a third one. There's a third. There is a third jammer. There's a third jammer. And how do I get to the third jammer? Oh, pretty easily, it looks like. I just need to not do that and get myself killed. Labyrinth is long. Yeah, noodles are, even kugel. I know people who hate kugel, and I think kugel is actually quite delightful. And... oh, nope. And... my Discord server has been up in arms over over a Filipino dish, the mixed spaghetti. That McDonald's in the Philippines serves spaghetti. And it's very like American marinara sauce spaghetti. I kind of want this game's soundtrack. Yeah, like Jollibee spaghetti, yep. Yep. Man, gotta run all the way back here. Labyrinth is just really like a big time waster. Let me snooze one more time. Final snooze. I want to get this one, and then... oh wait, you're the one. I know Leinenkugel, Scaldi, which is a Jewish dish. Oh, okay. That was going to drive me nuts. Okay. Jeezy Pete's. Okay. Okay, I believe I have done everything in this world. Other than the star, which I did not see at all. Okay, okay. Let's put this beautiful, beautiful game away. This is not my last stream of the week. This is not my last stream of the week. Sunday at 3 a.m., I will be joining Inari Reiju. Inari Reiju, my good friend Inari. Let's give her the shout out so that you don't miss the channel. Inari Reiju. Inari is doing a 24-hour stream Saturday into Sunday. And so 3 a.m. U.S. Eastern is when she's having dinner, so I'll be joining her then. I might be joining her for some other things, but that's the only one I'm super duper hard committed about. I need to have some dinner and let my back rest a little bit. I will very likely... I will probably play Monster Hunter with the rest of my night. I may or may not be on my Discord for it. But there is my Discord. Let's my friend Clonk is streaming right now. I think it is his anniversary. I just need to double check this. I just need to double check this. But yes, Clonk is streaming right now. So we're going to go join him. He is, actually, no, wait, hold on. No, we're joining Ratmos. Screw it. We're going to Ratmos. Ratmos is doing a fundraiser. So raid Ratmost, older man, geezer raid. So those are for those of you who are not subbed. That is my little Oshi mark. And there is my geezer raid mark. So let's go over and say hi to Ratmos. She is raising funds for Planned Parenthood. She's raising funds for Planned Parenthood. So everybody have a lovely night. I will post schedule on my Discord, my Blue Sky, and my Twitter over the weekend. I am grateful that we've had such a great time. I love you all. Have a lovely, lovely night.